This is the mystery. Is this Independence Day? How is this Independence Day? How is this Independence Day? For real. A president who can threaten us, I can shoot you in the street, and the Supreme Court says, yep, absolutely. And they make a point of doing this for and only because they were asked to give unthinkable power to the person who would ask to be able to do the unthinkable, proving his unfitness to do the thinkable, unfitness to steward an office, to preside over something that needed care, like all of our lives. He was supposed to know who to hire to do difficult things, and preside over this team. And this is the blithering ass who pointed it at the camera and said, I could shoot you and wouldn't lose anybody. Which, amidst a collage of horror story meanings, carries one of them, which says, if you died, I wouldn't lose anyone. You're nothing to me, and you're nothing. You never were anything. Kind of that area, which is wholly disgusting. I suppose there's also the idea that he wouldn't lose a supporter, and so maybe that's just what he means by losing a voter. Or maybe because you got caught with a bullet he shot, you were a loser anyway, and so it doesn't count. It doesn't really matter to think of you as a loss because you were a loser. I think that's the kind of framework of just bullshit reinforcement that this dark triad predator consoles himself with. We are in an abusive relationship with a dark triad predator. He will not go away. We have to push him away. We have to push these violent white men who will not leave out of the house and end it. We should have been able to get a restraining order against the person who attacked us in our home. Now he's back banging on the door saying, I want to make an honest woman out of you. And CNN and, well, of course, obviously Fox News and all of the Nazi-friendly networks, but even, MSNBC and CNN, and there are a lot of places that still report anything that he says as if it has the weight of official candor or office or honor or the presumption of fact or truth or good faith. The presumption of good faith remains, and the deference that he has abused thousands of times strangely remains in some places, but it is only fealty and the loyalty to Trump, which is, I don't think loyalty, but being committed, being on the hook, and swallowing massive lies and massive degradations and defilements and abuses and stupid blame that probably was his, all of the people that he's treated like garbage and thrown away in different ways, and people that he's kept with him and treated like garbage. We're dealing with a person who would look into the lens knowing any of their friends would be looking into the lens. Why is there a camera there? Why are you speaking? This is a public event. Why is this funny to you? Why is this a power move that you think is attractive? It is a shocking boundary violation. And someone who does not know how to behave relative to having power has absolutely no business with power. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Executive dysfunction is very serious because the chief executive themselves is supposed to be the brain of our national body. Potentially, the chief executive of the executive branch. They should have executive function because they are the nation's executive function. It's that simple. And if they don't even have the capacity of reason, I think that's that's really the capacity that's much more important. And I don't think we necessarily Trump's actions and behaviors over many years would suggest that if he has reason, because we let things sort of by the wayside, let them slide. If he has reason, then he must be doing things in bad faith. It's a strange Forrest Gumpian story, but sort of not of good, of ridiculous, strange. How is he again at the scene of, oh gosh, yet another, well, the adventure continues. It's time to create a space of honest speech about the incredible terroristic trauma that he's inflicted. It's time to create a space of open dialogue about the sleeper cell within the Supreme Court of Confederate Ku Klux Klan traitors. These are traitors. This is the kind of stuff for which people do need to consider. I would say the Supreme Court should revisit capital punishment, because what they're doing now absolutely warrants it. If it exists, putting one person above all is abominable. And they likely would never be held accountable. And American citizens shouldn't enact such harm on people. And I won't support people who do such things. But it's strange that that hasn't come up in the conversation. And it's another wrinkle of how the incredible confidence, the brazen hubris of Stephen Miller and Donald Trump. It radiates from the clarity that there is a strange and disgusting confidence about the way that this is just being rolled out, as if it's just kind of going to be rolled out. What is executive function? And if we have someone who has corruption, if these two people, if Trump and Biden are the candidates, and they're both facing corruption in terms of specifically cognitively, and I think it's clear for both of them, I think we have reason to believe that everybody is compromised by falsehood and has some craven or greedy or imperfect elements about us, or we make mistakes. We're human beings. But the projection of calling someone without crimes, not just themselves a criminal, but referring to their family as a crime family, is that is deranged. That is Trump derangement splattering out of Trump. I think Trump derangement is the idea that anyone, after the fact and after the ball, we're going to come to see that Trump derangement syndrome is a projection. The idea that any criticism of Trump is batted away as being Trump derangement syndrome is kind of simply a tactic and a way to help people digest the feeling that, yes, they are walking around saying crazy shit. That's part of the residue and harnessing it against itself or utilizing it to self-repair his reality distortion field. That, well, of course this is crazy. Of course it's crazy. Of course it's crazy for a rapist to be telling us that somebody else is sending in rapists. Because, let's be honest, sad and true. Project 2025 is sending us rapists. In fact, Project 2025 is rapists. That's what it is. Project 2025. Excuse me, I have something in my throat. There we go. Project 2025 is sending us rapists. It is sending us rape culture as a codec that we're supposed to live in and be punished by and terrorized by. It's patriarchal terrorism. It is abominable. And yet we're having to show this shit the door rather than not having to even worry about this kind of Nazi bullshit anymore. So let's do some of this ridiculous homework we need to do for some reason. Ah, yes. That's the other part. This here like this and this. And this can be bigger, like that. Like that. There we go. Okay. It's really not a very pleasant image, but unfortunately, it's photographically accurate. That is exactly what this looks like. So, let's bring this on back. We do have another one there. There we go. Live from the Mystery Fountain. Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's bloop, 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 bloop. Let's see here. What have we? What have we? Oh, that's what this place is. Oh, that's what this is. I now know I did not know, though, and I know, though, now I know. I know what this place is. That's abominable, though. Wow, okay. Bloop, bloop, bloop. It is the 4th of July. Use the force. Use the force to sense disturbances in the force, such as the utilization of harm, like structures of racism, structures of white supremacist culture, and so woven into it the patriarchal terror that is sending us rape and control by male terroristic colonization of people's lives, and through laws like no-fault divorce that through decimating something like no-fault divorce, which Nazis like J.D. Vance and Trump and others want to do, they simply mean to enslave women. It is that simple. And removing the vote and multiple things that would be thinkable only in a society that's taken over by its worst elements and falls to extremist Nazis, like essentially a Sharia, an American Sharia, incredibly conservative and violent and terroristic and harmful controlling of women through men wielding torturous power, and it is the bed of indoctrination. All of this all along has been scapegoating indoctrination from white supremacists, or projection, I should say, scapegoating projection, and certainly indoctrination is in the bandwidth that's to particularly go at it. The projection, of course, is used often, saying that people, for instance, like drag queens, saying that they have crime in their heart, and that entire thing is a projection of the harm that so many deeply, deeply messed up, confused, terrorized by white supremacy and such, people who are harmed by patriarchal terror but are within that bandwidth of MAGA or extremist movements or Nazis or whatever, that's what they're bringing to the table. What I'm saying is that being compromised by the monstrosity of a cancer like that, the monstrosity of a cancer that would let anyone think that you treat women poorly because they're women, or that men should be able to control them, is ridiculous. And this has to be some kind of psychotic episode stream birthing of the hokum we are in. I think that the psychotic episode we are streaming through together is very much the focus of this. And it's important. It's really important. This might be, and thank you for interacting and saying hello and attention. Attention is expensive. Like our time, the moment when we, could do anything else and somebody looks at a painting a friend of mine did and sits there and hangs out for a half an hour and like looks at something that I did or someone else did. Someone that just listens to what you say for a minute, wherever and however. Those are massive things. Attention is powerful. Like that's how we learn CPR for real, so when we stumble across somebody who needs help in the street, they don't die. Attention is powerful because it can be malicious and check the wrong box so that someone doesn't get the care they need, or that someone is sure to get the care they need because the friend checking out the form recognizes that they have a special care need and asks, and the box is checked. We can show up with care, and I think the assault against DEI should be seen as really dangerous and toxic, and so blatantly a way for people like Stephen Miller to use the N-word. It's a dog whistle. Because diversity and equity and inclusion are central to being a human being. That's basic Sesame Street stuff. We're not one another's judges. And there's a variety of experience. And so everyone on Sesame Street has value. Everyone's story is worth listening to. And people who are different from us represent an area where we have boundless amounts of new learning to do or teaching to do if we show ourselves a pupil such that someone else might feel they could be pupil to us. And yet, we're dealing with this kind of nonsense. Instead of being able to talk about how do we build bridges, Project 2025 is sending us rapists. We're dealing with breakdowns of basic tenets of democracy so that Project 2025 can create a handmaid's tale and destroy families and make infant mortality rates go up because the priority is coercive control. And I want to remind you that you already know you're capable of catalytic genius. And if nothing else, really good ideas. And that you also know how to manifest things that you want to see in the world. Or if you're not willing to give yourself that right now, that you would know who to ask or would know where to go and watch if you wanted to see something that ticked a box. Like, I'm inspired, or damn, I'm glad that happened. I'm so glad that that school exists, so those people made that thing and now we can see it all over the world. the things that we are joyous about, all the things that are worth celebrating, as opposed to the visage of what is coming, if we're really clear about what's coming. Because Project 2025, one of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow? One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow? One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow? One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow? One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow? one of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow? It is Fontaine. It is about to shift one of my now. Own ilk. You see, it's a comfort. Well, seemingly this is going to continue to permute this particular view. A portal is basically giving us a review here, and I know what to do. First off, to say that confidence and the idea of someone abusing human need to pretend when they don't have it, to abuse those who don't need to be parted with a watch or some possession, or parted with fact, parted from fact, when they might have apt, good faith communication in their day. But the first confidence trickster, so-called, was named, minting this, called a con man, a confidence artist, because he said, "Would you have the confidence in me to lend me your watch? Until tomorrow, you see I have this important appointment." And having cultivated this sense that he was very respectful of the great commonalities of upper crustiness, crusty poshness, and gushing wealthiness and such. But to say, I was just about to offer you, if there's anything that I can do, and then I realized my watch is broken. I have a very important appointment tomorrow. And when a leader asks us for a post, that post is the watch. We all have it for ourselves, and we share it for one another. Sometimes we stay up if there's a weird storm. Maybe someone will stay up overnight, or if we're out camping, or if there's suddenly a revolution where a group in the country threatens that there will be revolution, and it will be bloodless if only the other people allow it. We are in an abusive relationship with the falsehood and with Donald Trump and Stephen Miller. For the head of Heritage, or is it Heritage or Project 2025? Kevin Roberts. Apparently, I watched the video. I'm sure other people are shocked and terrified that someone with this monstrosity is out among us. But this ridiculous, immature man, this boy, had the chest to use it with his voice and say that Project 2025 was bringing a new American revolution, and it would be bloodless as long as the left allows it to be. And that is a mass death threat. That is war. That is an act of war. Let's be frank. Speaking in that way, those are fighting words, and those are words that are part of an active civil war. So Kevin Roberts should step all the way the fuck back and apologize and resign. And all of the people who are associated with Project 2025 should make some sort of report of how they are handling abandoning it and what sort of steps they are taking to not create new sleeper cells of totalitarian harm. This is a signal. This is a signal that shouldn't need to be sad for being a signal. This is a signal that shouldn't be difficult to light. This is the tonight. This is the every night and the morning light. This is the virtue signal. And I haven't found anything wrong with virtue. And I don't see a problem with signaling that I appreciate it, too. And I think the only thing that might be wrong with a virtue signal, aha, I see what happened here. The only thing that would be wrong with a virtue signal, if there could be, it would be if you, say, showed up to say, how can I help? Or, lo, what virtue? And you find instead some harm, some prevaricator. But a true signal, first of all, any true signal is a virtuous signal in that it is honest or factual first. And so it should be. We should be able to have common language. But standing for what we believe is not only linked to write what you know, and that there's nothing wrong with speaking for oneself or shared beliefs. There's nothing wrong with speaking of virtue. In fact, there's something wrong with being silent in the face of Nazis over decades saying, don't tell me not to say that, that's censorship. No, it has never been censorship to tell you, stop the way you're fucking saying that. Nor would it be censorship for you to tell me, hey, fuck hell, dude, whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy. Look, maybe we'll talk about this sometime, but why don't you shut up right now? Like, that wasn't the best conversation, but disagreement is part of free speech, and it shouldn't really have to and shouldn't involve violence or threats. We should be able to, without goading each other for having feelings, which is frankly fucking terroristic. We shouldn't be so far apart that we can't safely disagree without those disagreements being like, oh my God, I knew it. Well, we know that we disagree. But there are people such as the progenitor of the falsehood on screen, the disgraced former president, Mr. Trump. There are people who predate upon any opportunity of conquest. And that's what we're dealing with. We have a dark triad predator problem. What does virtue mean to you? And, oh, I see what's happening here. Is it a bad word? I don't think it's a bad word. I think that it has an air of pomposity to it, and of, mansplaining or splaining or like hubris, all of that, of virtue, that someone who speaks of being virtuous is false, or is simply boring. That to speak of virtue doesn't really have any juice. But I think that that's what a body feels like once an abuser has left the room, but we haven't woken up yet. Like our brain hasn't come back. We don't have executive function. I think that's where we are now. And it's why it's easy for people to say that a virtue signal is a negative thing and scapegoat people who essentially try to find the others. Like, if it's okay for someone to stand on a stage and yell that the crowd should beat anybody who ends up being an opponent in their midst, and that he'll pay their medical bills, if that's not something to generally assail and make a candidate an outcast for, it's really a very disgusting world that those 2 points give, that a virtue signal is something to assail and demonize. A virtue signal is a punishable yuck. It's an ick. And a demand for absolute immunity and absolute authority to do anything, including skinning people alive for fun. That is not problematic. That's not cringe. So I'm pretty somber tonight. It's because the thing is, this is not Independence Day. And we should be aware of that. Like, we're not living in a place. A couple of massive tent poles were removed. And until those things are repaired or improved, we're in doo-doo-dude. And we're together there, but not as approved, and really not together and not ameliorated in how this was differently renewed. This is precipice. This is precipice of hopefully Joe Biden doing something quite heroic right now. And it's precipice of people from Project 2025 being rounded up and given options of how to find their way back into healthy society again. Because revving up for a Nazi apocalypse is not fucking happening. Like, we hear your cry for help. We hear your signal. We hear your signal that you think it's acceptable to tell us you're going to take us over and it's going to be peaceful if we just don't wiggle or say no. What? The answer is no. Projection 2025 can eat shit. And the virtue signal is here with love, including for the people hoodwinked or even true believers of this Nazi nonsense, that you don't deserve violence or harm just because you were infected by a prejudice or by a field of fear itself. We were told we have nothing to fear but fear itself. And we were told, and we believed it, and we honored it, and we, I think, found it made sense. And we were told by someone else, and we honored it and liked it, and we were told this, that we have, what was it? Yes, it was this. Someone mentioned these words. They said, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. And this is the kind of thing that is not really, it's not really in the bandwidth right now with someone who is working to keep people more and more able to be dishonest without any checks or balances. That, I mean, this is an interesting response, I guess, in some ways, that the Supreme Court is giving us to asking for a bit better accounting of the gifts they receive. That they're like, well, let us do a little looking at the books here, and we'll get back to you, and here's our response. We're removing America. This is now the corporation Americatron, and your rights are different. The contract is smaller than you can read. Thank you for being part of Tron. But I think we have an option other than being entered into kind of a farmed corporate hellscape. We don't have to obey and submit. And the virtue signal is saying, do not submit. Do not submit when people tell you that you don't deserve fact and truth. Do not submit to a voice that would make you swallow it. When someone tells you that your friend, in fact, should be hated because of a book that a bigoted king translated, maybe before, like, deaths are not consecrated. Check the math and check in the view in the mirror and in your own reality distortions. Can you perceive the falsehood in the eyes of someone who is telling you something that you need to be true, for your family to be safe as well as for you to be the hero in this moment, or for you to feel that your hero would have a beer if he knew how much you were swallowing the hook he was asking you to swallow? I think that the Eucharist of Donald Trump is swallowing unbelievable lies with abandon, and that being a massive, unbelievable, unflinching sucker for Donald Trump is probably one of the greatest joys that he has in life. And while, he doesn't get to see them one by one, he would enjoy it. And he probably enjoys knowing that these moments happen again and again where people get whatever endorphin bump they're getting. But it's truly phenomenal, the absolute hollowness of this man asking us to give him the watch, the general watch, not just the one on our wrist or in our pocket that says, this is what the time is, which means you have a grip on the calendar and reality, and you can plan your day or know if you're on time or late. It's an instrument of your life. And so to lend it to someone is certainly a fine thing to do, especially if they're really in need. But indeed, a political candidate asks us if we will give them confidence to have the watch for them, the general presidential watch. I will preside over this land as the chief executive. They were careful to not call him or call them a prime minister or some other official name that would bestow something like a monarch. They specifically did not want a king. They specifically wanted someone to officiate. And so the one who presided over all meetings would be called the president. And that means that on January 6th, he was doubly president. He was calling people on his own behalf, essentially, outside of law and order, outside of the mechanisms that were already happening. He inserted false electors and pressure to all kinds of pressure there and fraud. And he instigated violent attack. How great a pitch. This wasn't just any day. This was funneling with a promise of proof as a lure all the way up to the moment when, of course, he's going to give us proof, but we wouldn't even think to ask for that. Even people who don't care for the gentleman because he's not a gentleman didn't think to ask about where's the proof. because other things kind of overshadowed it. But why? Because really that's the whole ball game. If there was no proof, that should have been an end entirely, because such things disqualify somebody or should disqualify someone. Being found to be either so incompetent that your rally turns into a coup, or that sort of violence and disorder and oblivion, potentially, we pull ourselves back from that. Or is it the case that it's not incompetence, that it's volition? In the case of volition, you have intended to do harm. You have misled people, as it seems pretty clear you've done. I don't think that Donald Trump has ever really believed that he won in 2020. He may have believed that he was going to. He may have thought he would actually win. But it really is a strange thing, because if there were proof, which he claimed there was, then we would have seen it. Or it would be the kind of thing you'd say, okay, where is it? This exists. Why hasn't this proof popped up in documents hidden under his bed or in a weird cubbyhole as more and more things are discovered? Are we just not chasing this down because there are so many different rabbit holes of different massive lies that we have to sort out? And so it doesn't matter because, well, this whole thing happened and but again, it really is the ball game. He musical chairs so much that we never look on the chairs he could have sat on and check underneath and let's play out the whole trick again. Let's walk through it all. Because, for instance, otherwise I think we have to admit that we have just been fatigued and exhausted and deked out by him, and we just were coerced to give up. Because it is the ball game. It is the ball game, and I'll show you how, or I'll say it, and hopefully that shows something. Hopefully it shows it better to me as well. Presiding over such a serious event, it really is of great moment. And whichever way that swings, if it's more a sense of incompetence or more a sense of volition, it doesn't have to be on either one side or the other for it to be a lock, as in we've got you. Anywhere in between, any cocktail containing the two ingredients of incompetence or volition, as in, why did this happen? Either way, you were in charge, and it looks like you shouldn't have been, and you should never be again. You shouldn't have been, and you should never be again. Because neither case is acceptable. Neither case shows competence. Certainly incompetence doesn't. And competence to do evil, as in you've proved it by showing you have the will to do it. It's not really well, I'm just going to do a little community service and I'll therefore not be a person who would do that again. And so to the idea of proof and losing track of that, and how it shows our minds sort of giving up, that really the lure of proof has been lost to memory, but he promised us proof. And that, if he had it, let's say that there is a photograph that actually shows proof of something. And it's like, well, okay, maybe it didn't change the election, but we can see that, this one result would have shifted here, and that's significant. It's significant. That was definitely fraud. We've seen a lot of accusations kind of thrown out there with vague video and stuff, but it's all easily disproved. And courts don't fuck around with stuff like this. And certainly not at this level. We don't have any reason to distrust. Or I should say, maybe better said, I think there's every reason, as with any of this, to verify at every step as possible and to allow the processes to happen so that you have something to hold accountable, as opposed to obstructing it from happening and letting crises erupt around it because it's not happening, whether it's an initiative or holding one accountable for something that's crazy. All the stuff that we're obstructed and blocked up about. So to look at it, if Donald Trump had this photograph, say, that had categorical proof of a purge of votes or something that was not suspicious and somebody that we really, really believes, but if there were proof, why in the world would it have not been sent? It would have been. But let's just say that there is. Let's say that there's proof of a state somewhere where there was a significant attempt against Donald Trump. And Trump still has it. Because that's, as far as the truth that Trump has said, that's the truth. He and Giuliani promised that they had proof that there was election fraud in 2020. So as far as the truth is concerned, as far as Donald Trump has told us, like, reality really is, Donald Trump told us, he has proof. Well, let's chase that idea down. If he has that proof and hasn't shared it with us, beyond being totally insane, let's walk past that. If he has that proof, which is what he has said, if he has that proof, it is a crime. It's a crime that he's holding that, whatever it is. I think it doesn't exist. Just like the fabric of any support for the idea that no proof of ubiquitous fraud means it was everywhere and invisible, and that's the proof. Like the never-ending pooping out the tail you're eating, there's nothing there. But if he had it, it would be a crime, because he would be in possession of a document that would have prevented January 6th. And everybody knows that. Or would have made a difference about how it went. He would have had maybe something to say, all right, well, we're going to tentatively take an intensive look at this evidence. This actually is legitimate, and if it would have changed the result, things might have worked differently, or at least not violently, and probably to the same result. But there has not been one proven charge that would have changed anything. 61 failed cases is my understanding. And a lot of people would have been desperate. The billionaires who majority, I believe, fund Republicans and fund MAGA would and likely have murdered for that to happen. But it hasn't happened because Donald Trump was the one doing fraud. It's the same projection and accusing others of a carbon copy of what you're doing, projecting it out into the world as an accusation, and it's easy to keep talking about and making this shit up about because you're telling the truth, but in that you're talking about a shape that you yourself are constantly spewing out into the world. So there's, in a sense, you have a mirror to look into as you... It's almost as good as the truth, as far as it's easier to remember than a lie. That a mirror image of the truth is closer in data points. It's less difference from the truth to remember, or you have a constant reference, because every moment you're doing the thing that you're accusing other people of doing. I mean, we really should look especially at the most shocking statements, but at really anything that that is Stephen Miller, anything that or Trump, and I suppose anyone, and anyone that you would suspect of malfeasance or fraud or lying, you know, look at what they're saying and listen to it for maybe not tells. They may not be there, except there are wells of a kind of speech that is meant to do certain things to people and affect people, but is not about delivering truth. It has other aims. This is the virtue signal, and it's important that we eviscerate a movement that would try to demolish DEI, as Stephen Miller's Twitter bio states. Demolish DEI is essentially a swastika. Demolish DEI is hate speech, because the idea there would be diversity from whiteness. That is a white supremacist statement to say demolish DEI. It's a violent white supremacist statement. And Stephen Miller he has been working for a long time to create a situation of this kind of havoc for people. He's not the only one working on this, but if there were one person to decimate, it would be this decimator. If there were one person to make an effective, it would be helping this man to find therapy. Because he really is an abominable harm to humanity. And this is the virtue signal. And so we get to the wig pull. And pulling the wig off of Nazis like these bold-faced hate mongers, these supporters of racist murder. These people are giving us a cry for help. Stephen Miller and Gene Hamilton are issuing a cry for help. And we should see it as such and not abandon them as people within the human family. We should take it upon ourselves to not just walk by them and see them obliterate themselves, but instead, I say, let's make sure that we help them get psychological care, because quite clearly in this company with M, Gene must also be a dangerous predator. And it's good to be able to look predators in the eye when they poke their eyes out at you, telling you they're part of a Nazi patriarchal terror gang, such as these eyeballs peering out from the screen now. We're dealing with dark triad predators. We're dealing with Machiavellian, narcissistic, terroristic, dark triad predators. The virtue signal is aware that this is not a fun conversation. But this is the kind of conversation we have so that we can continue to have fun. It's time to stand against the Nazis and hear their cries for help so that they do not harm themselves or other people. We cannot empower this shit. We cannot allow it to be the norm, that this goes on and we do nothing about it. We have been afraid. We've been afraid to say, put down that device, sir. Excuse me, sir. No, you're scaring everybody, and get Donald Trump to mental health care. We've just been afraid to say no to him. It's difficult to say no to a deeply abusive, immature man who's fairly large. No one wants to do that. It's just not fun, and often they can be some of the worst people. However, he's a human being, and we shouldn't abandon him to his own havoc spiral just because some of us want to watch it as a movie. I don't think that's a good instinct, and I don't think it's kind. Because we're riding this thing together, all of us, this planet and this American experiment. I don't think it's kind in the least to let people like the gentleman who are not so gentle on this screen. I don't think it's kind for us to let them issue such a ridiculous, embarrassing, and deadly cry for help. Deadly in terms of, they're clearly fostering havoc and harm and murder. And going after reparations in a way that is really truly insidious and torturous and mean. It's meant to emotionally devastate and rip out the very meaning to the degree that Stephen Miller can. we can do better than to stand aside and let that happen. I believe we can do a great deal better. And likewise with, let's see, where are they? Yes. Likewise, with Reed and Daniel, one would imagine that there are people in their lives who don't really understand the depravity that they're a part of. Or that they're, I suppose, so separated from anyone who would challenge this disgusting behavior and really even just to be associated at all with the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025 or America First Legal. It is incredibly embarrassing and professionally ruining and humiliating for anyone to be associated with this deeply bigoted Ku Klux Klan Nazi law firm. It's incredibly embarrassing for Stephen Miller to have had this puff materialize for a bit, because what it's doing is leaving such a disgusting, shitty mark across the belly of the new Colossus. What it's doing is showing an underbelly and people grinning from it. Grinning from an underbelly of Nazi patriarchal hate. These are men who are glad to see women tortured by men as part of a cycle of ongoing generational trauma, violence, and patriarchal terrorism. They told us that by being a part of this firm and maintaining membership with this kind of association. What possible explanation would anyone have for this ridiculous association that these men have entertained and advertise? Who would let people know that they have association with Stephen Miller? Who would do that? Who would let people understand that and not remedy the situation? Not see it as a situation to remedy? We are dealing with harmful, mendacious Nazis. Who knows whether there's a swastika tattoo somewhere around the anus of these gentlemen? Who knows? Who knows if they keep a shadowed area where they have their patches and memorabilia? Who knows what's in their heart? We can only go by the actions that say, I sit at the table with Stephen Miller. I had a chance to draw a chalk white M on my back and touch his, on my hand and touch his back with it, to let people know this is the murderer. Instead, I'm enjoying the view. This is great over here. Reed and Daniel agree. With Jean, too. To associate with this kind of individual, this should be career ending. Jean Hamilton should be running for cover and apologizing to the world. These are signs that we need to take the coming storm seriously and ready for enemies of the United States waging war here. Because these are enemies of the United States. These are white fire, patriarchal terrorists. And Kevin Roberts just threatened all of our lives. These people mean to make us submit such that we do nothing to stop them. The likelihood that robots and pathogens and massive terrorist events would be involved is high, because we're talking about M. We're talking about M. And this deeply malicious individual has proven again and again he will be creative and prodigious in ways to devastate people's lives and use that as part of sowing terroristic power and changing and warping and ending American freedom. He's selling all of us away. We can make a different choice. This ridiculous Nazi he calls America First Legal an answer to the Southern Poverty Law Center. The Southern Poverty Law Center, a hero of the civil rights movement. This man is a Klan Beanie Baby, excuse me. Beanie Baby as in he's a Tim Pool level danger. Well, that's maybe giving too much credit to Tim Pool. But we have fascism, ladies and gentlemen, siblings of all bandwidth amongst the spectrum of humanity. We have fascism. And it will be okay if we know how to apprehend it. But this man is a bad faith actor. We need to start to recognize that Stephen Miller is a fugitive from justice. And it looks pretty clearly like Clarence Thomas and Alito that we have a sleeper cell on the court that lied about the most basic element. one of the most basic elements to get onto the court to be able to decimate it. And it's really not the first time. They obliterated Roe versus Wade, and that has unleashed the beginning of a Handmaid's Tale. And they lied about the important nature of equality not having an animal farm of someone who is more equal than others, of America not buckling to Nazi fanboys who say insane things just because sometimes coercion pushes something over the line. Just because someone asks for something doesn't mean it's even worth considering. It really doesn't. In terms of bringing something to the floor, the idea of immunity and the idea that the Supreme Court talked about common sense if it wouldn't be used for harm, it's pretty clear that there's no other reason for having that. If it wasn't underlined by the fact that the person asking for it is trying to outrun some of the most serious crimes we've known on the timeline of America. We have a failure to ameliorate. And it will be all right if we come out of submission. I think it should make sense to us if someone mentions the word submission, I think that there will be a flinch or a recognition or a, yes, I know. Because haven't we experienced it though, again and again? This sense of accepting being talked to in a way that is absolute batshit. Of accepting having to swallow lies that are confusing to even explain if we had to recount them. The unbelievable nature of this Eucharist that Trump makes people swallow for him makes revisiting and questioning anything almost impossible. The more humiliating, the more difficult it is to look back and question and unpack that you are in a cult. The more you've lost people, the more people have been repulsed by how much your mind was occupied by a man who displays not just a little bit, but shitloads of the most vile, toxic, cancerous behavior we've seen in any public figure or human being. If it would make a good movie, it should be a movie. That's what making movies is for. If he wants to be a star, let him make a movie. Let him make a movie where he can't make everybody watch the movie again and again for the rest of time. And that. The falsehood is partially operated by devastating executive functions so that we forget that we have amazing things to offer and that we can do anything. And we forget connections to other people we have. We forget things we were going to do. We forget things we've written or made or have sold and need to remember to get royalties to. But that, of course, is why the terroristic, aggressive, intentionally frightening nature is utilized. The intent to destabilize is always there. That's why fuck your feelings happened. That's why fuck your feelings and that intent and joy of saying fuck your feelings. It's a ritualization of the same stop hitting yourself abuse of a country that now is saying, well, the Supreme Court has turned us into a nation that is saying, you will not sleep on the street. And yet, you have nowhere to go. And to that person, we'll say, you don't exist though. That doesn't happen. That doesn't exist, does not compute. You are criminal, and encourages law enforcement to disappear or abuse that person and to exploit them in all kinds of ways. And somewhere along the way, most likely they would end up in prison and be enslaved. And that the very nature of not being able to sleep well and then trying to sort out things to have a productive day, if you care about people being homeless, you would want to help them have a place to sleep or not criminalize them for doing so when sleeping is not a crime and shouldn't be. Human needs should not be crimes. We have a corruption that must be addressed and fixed. And I think the obvious nature of that is why criminal mercenaries like Kevin Roberts and Stephen Miller and these brown shirts are showing their Nazi faces the way they are. Whoa. This is just a gentle talking wallpaper, and it's saying Project 2025 is indeed poisoned wool blankets. There we are. I think we're ready now. I think we're ready, now that things are a bit more legible. This is the reality distortion field known as the mystery font. Good gray, good gray, good gray, good gray, good gray. Yes, that's right. It is the mystery font. The mystery font. And this calibration has allowed a readiness, a certain readiness, a certain kind of readiness. And thus, the readiness is all. There is a thing called radio science brain. It is a recitation of a brain improvisation. It is a mind made sane. It is the wax made from wane that always comes again and lives this gain. This is the mindness main. Radio science brain. Imagination aim. Imagination aim. Imagination aim. Imagination aim. Imagination aim. And we'll see, I may not stay to the theme that is on the screen other than the virtue signal, but we'll see where we go here. You see, radio science brain is a piloting to a field of ideas. And we're back in the room. All right. You see, this. That is loud, isn't it? Let's do this. And once again, radio, science, brain. This is the radiation, this is the radiation, this is the radiation of love's imagination. This is the radiation, this is the radiation, you are the radiation, you are the radiation, you are the radiation, you are the radiation of love's imagination. Contagious, innate, and amazing agent, mind made this became today. Imagination may begin to play today. Imagination may begin today. Radio science, brain, imagination, mind made. Imagination. Radio science, brain, particle, matter, wave, innate, relay, amazing agent. This is the minus made this contagion, contagious. I wage this just maybe imagination 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 mind made this relay activated today. You are the radiation. You are the radiation of love's imagination. You are the radiation of love's imagination. Contain this relay, mind may begin. This is the mindless made game relaying command and executive function hands us, and we'd hand to a candidate worthy of trust. Imagination of this omnibus. Radio science, brain, mind made begin to play. Radio science, brain relay, the gray array, this campaign of love making aim. Radio science, brain, mind made love this way. Particle matter wave of amazing aim. From the field love exclaims your name in the language your brain came with before you learn English or your name. It's imagination, mind may begin. Stadiate today, made into aid. From the studio I make a braid out of brain, raise this braid. From this bay I bray most every day. Radio science, brain, mind, wake, not in vain. Gold apps and veins every day. Mind gave me the same, so I made it to aid. Pretend that love is sane, pretend that love is sane today. Pretend that love is sane, mind gave me the same. Pretend that love is sane, pretend that love is sane, mind ache. We can slake this thirst, we can flare and reveal the rescue party and parade the survivors today. Radio from all brains to all brains. From all brains to all brains, imagination aims. From all brains to all brains, imagination aims. Radio science brain relay this kind case. Imagination may begin. You are the science clarion, awake it takes just your active attention. Mind made you the way one way. Imagination, imagination, imagination. Imagination, imagination, mind made, imagination, radio science brain, imagination, the brain is rains. From a field it exclaims, germane, parade, emancipatriate, radio science brain. Yes, it is different every time. And if you've been listening to it right now and are still listening to it right now, this absence of it in my talking, I don't know if you know what just happened to you, but that was radio science brain. It's not always quite like that, but that just happened. And that was radio science brain. And welcome to the rest of your life. Now that if it is new to you, you're pregnant. Congratulations. I'm happy to let you know that you are now the proud parent of your own particular strain of radio science brain. Maybe you'll never open that vein in your attention. So your perception won't hear or listen to or reveal that inner refrain. But you have been the domain of radio science brain. Good gray. 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 What is it? What is it, exquisite? What is it? Outside, I'm hearing, I imagine they're coming through pretty well. There's pretty significant celebratory munitions, that sort of thing happening. We will likely go outside in a bit. For the moment, it would be good to, it would be wise to make explicit. And let's do that. Let's continue to visit. If you hear it more than once, it will become apparent, of course, that radio science brain is indeed charmed by serendipity. What was I impressively and seductively and with little effort saying? Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. So, where we're at is the sharing of another fold. That is, it is different every time, and better than talking about how is howing. Yes, now is the nowing of the howing. It is definitely fireworks out there. All right, we're going to put on something and I'm going to check them out. I'm going to put on this delightful little piece. Here we go. This is from July 4th, 2021. There's a battleship. So, Mia Doi Todd is a remarkable songwriter and singer. She plays guitar, I imagine other instruments besides singing and guitar. Amazing composer, lyricist, and this is the first 4th of July at the Mystery Font. I arrived here in 2020 after the horrific and bigoted murder of George Floyd, but after 4th of July. So I did not see it here in 2020, but this is what I experienced when I came here the first year.
battleship parked in the river, reenacting open doors in open fire. There are mushroom clouds and machine gun copters descending in the snap crackle pop fizzle of the fireworks. And as they pass into I just met, you haven't kissed me yet. I know somebody else told me better. But I made up wax so easy to impress. And melting too fast, dripping into your lips because all my heroes have turned human this year, slinking round pool tables, sinking into unfabled stupors, and the whispering into the night air, to some girl's hair. I am number one. Independence Day of freedom is won. We choose our way when we go what's to come, but with each time we break, sacrifice. How many lives will it take? How many lives must just battleship up in the fireworks that light up the sky and then fall into the water. My love's next to me, head full of the next century, wondering if there will be a wedding tomorrow. And the secret smoke signals at the gunpowder in the most significant indication of what's to come. Independence Day, our freedom is won. We choose our way when we go what's to come. time we break endless sacrifice, how many lives will it take? How many loves must just there's a battleship parked in the river, reenacting open doors in open fire. There are mushroom clouds and machine gun copters descending in the snap crackle pop fizzle of the fireworks as they pass into I just met, you haven't kissed me yet. I know somebody else told me better. And I made a laugh so easy to impress. Melting too fast, dripping into your lips because all my heroes have turned human as you, slinking round pool tables, sinking into unfabled stupors, and the whispering into the night air, or into some girl's hair. I am number one. Independence Day of freedom is one. To choose our way when we go what's to come, but with each time fireworks that light up the sky and then fall into the water. My love's next to me, head full of the next century, wondering if there will be a wedding tomorrow. And the secret smoke signals tonight the gunpowder seem the most significant indication of what's to come. Independence Day, how free is one to choose our way, undergo what's to come. And with each time we break, there is sacrifice. How many lives will it take? How many loves must just
Oh. Oh. Oh, that's what this place is. Oh. 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 I wonder what it would sound like. Oh, that's what this place is. I wonder what it would sound like if there were. Oh. Oh. It would sound like. Oh. I wonder what it would sound like. We always knew it. That's what this place is. I wonder what it would sound like if there were. And it would sound like. Oh. Oh. It would sound like. Oh. Oh. I wonder what it would sound like. We always knew it. That's what this place is. I wonder what it would. Hilarious. All right. Well, it sounds like all of that. And then it goes. New under the sun, we are a kindness come. We are a kindness come. We are a kindness come. Be one.
a kindness come. We are a kindness come. We are a kindness come. Our kindness is where our kindness comes from. You are a kindness come. You are a kindness come. You are a kindness come. We contain everyone on one spectrum. We are kindness, maybe myriad spectra. We are all on this path, all a we are a kindness come. Be one. New under the sun. We are a kindness come. We are a kindness come. Be one. Yeah. Like, I should play that then. Yeah, good, like that. Okay, good. I should play that then. Yes. I want to get a visual on what it's like outside, because it sounds active again now. And I don't want to miss what might be a good filming opportunity. I will be back. It's crazy. It's just... Well, it's still fun. I think the big munitions are out for now. Something like that. At any rate, you know, I think the Statue of Liberty may have actually, you know, I guess the idea would be that she was there before the statue was there, right? Maybe.
yes, this was a gift about emancipation. This was a gift about freeing people from enslavement. Generally, like ending slavery. And we accepted a gift of congratulation, and in some sense we're self-congratulatory too. But we're pretty separated from its context and even the later applied context of wider immigration and so many people that came through or nearby and what liberty has symbolized. But Stephen Miller and the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, by essentially declaring homelessness illegal, has made a new meaning to the new Colossus. And it's worth considering what that meaning is. And so, I'm going to pull up I just need something that's long enough. There we go. I think that works. Not any sound though, please. Cool, right? I think. And we'll do that. And that is to say, not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here, at our sea-washed sunset gates, shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning. From her, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Not like the Greek, not like the brazen giant of Greek fame. Okay. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame. with conquering limbs astride from land to land. I'm going to start again. Let it go. And this is by Emma Lazarus, by the way, and it's called The New Colossus. And it was written to raise money for the pedestal that we built here. And The New Colossus by Emma Lazarus from 1849, when she was born, until 1887, when she passed away. She wrote this a few years before, as I said, to make sure there was a pedestal that was requested for this gift of this sculpture, this amazing work of engineering and art, STEAM, essentially. And the man who did the Eiffel Tower came in later in the process to be like, okay, yeah, I'll do the skeleton. The sculptor brought Gustave Eiffel, who not long after this did the Eiffel Tower. But the sculptor who made the original piece and figured out the way of banging all this copper around forms to create these sheets that then were draped all over. So here she is, Bartholdi's New Colossus, the Statue of Liberty, walking out of chains, and you'll see that she is indeed walking out of chains. She is emancipated. This is a statue of a woman freed from slavery. Her right foot is peeling the heel from the pavement or the ground behind her, and there are chains around. So liberty is walking. And this is the poem, The New Colossus, which is at the base of the Statue of Liberty, I believe, still. And Stephen Miller has said that this is not the case or wasn't meant to be an invitation, and it's not really true. It's not really a thing. And so I think it's important in the face of this kind of abject terrorism from an obvious Nazi like Stephen Miller. I'd like to read it one more time, and this is The New Colossus. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here, at our sea-washed sunset gates, shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning. And her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore? Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Stephen Miller said that that is not a thing no more. So yeah, let's look here. Her back. There are pieces of the chain. There we go. There's chain here at the front and on the other side, I believe. But she is unshackled and unbound. And Fremont, interestingly enough, here from the Mystery Font. Fremont means a person who has been freed from bondage, a person who is a freed slave or of a people who have been freed. The new Colossus, this statue and this poem celebrate emancipation and our mission of equality, and the invitation that this means to the world, and our sharing a bandwidth of illumination. This is the bandwidth. And I'm going to, there we go. I'm going to spend another moment or two with this. The new Colossus, for Stephen Miller, who created Kids in Cages and has weaponized, in the last Trump administration, the first, hopefully the only Trump administration, his decimating terroristic harm. There are still families that he separated who he lost the coat check ticket to or something. How, other than meaning through malice, how do you make mistakes that ridiculous and that costly? It really is very much like when Trump said, if we stop testing, he actually said if we stop testing for COVID, we'll have very few cases, if any. And then moves on. We've been so degraded and terrorized by him that we're afraid to say anything or arouse his attention, let alone say no. We just hoped that he wouldn't come back. But not only did he not say, actually, I didn't do anything wrong, he went and sang with the insurrectionists. He has declared an attack on America, and so has Project 2025. That is what they just did. That's what Kevin Roberts just said. And in response, I'm going to let the voice of the new Colossus speak. Well, we'll see. Hopefully It was a little festive. I'm glad that I checked it out. All right. And so, there we are. Every moment of this stream, of course, has been rehearsed. We're on time to within about a third of a second. So it's going pretty well. And it's entirely rehearsed and intentional, every moment of it. Good gracious. Okay. There she is. I think to let it be said again, this is the new Colossus. And the new Colossus was the poem written for this Colossus, our new Colossus here in New York, sculpted as a gift and celebration of Abraham Lincoln's ending of slavery, of emancipation, and an appreciation after Abraham Lincoln's death, essentially. But it's all about the freeing of slaves and the ending of slavery, the ending of enslavement. She's walking out of chains. And there were protests when she was dedicated, when the statue was dedicated, because almost no women were allowed on the island, which of course is preposterous. And because the statue seems to be of a white woman, and that is an odd choice. At any rate, there's much that is quite successfully embodied in any event, and inconsistencies or idiosyncrasies or similarities to Augusto Bertoldi's mother or brother or other people are certainly interesting. Emma Lazarus, New Colossus. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these to me, the homeless, tempest-tossed. To me, I lift my lamp beside the golden door. If that's not an invitation, what's an invitation for? Truly, if that's not an invitation, what is an invitation for? And what wouldn't an invitation implore that's not happening there? What's more? I think we found another we can use. I just want to, well, maybe actually exactly the same one again. I want to alter, find a different piece. How about yeah, that'll work. By Emma Lazarus. Emma Lazarus. The New Colossus by Emma Lazarus. Colossi, by the way, are massive statues or figures. There have been some around the world, and this was quite an addition. The New Colossus. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore, send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed. To me, I lift my lamp beside the golden door. The speedboat is a particularly interesting moment. All right. Another time. This is by Emma Lazarus, The New Colossus. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here, at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor the twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. That's the new Colossus. That's why, besides the forced immigrants who were honored by this statue, continued immigration around this area and the statue's beacon, if it wasn't meant to be a welcome, then why did you lay out the welcome mat? And why did we not take Stephen Miller for a Nazi then and call him out at those abominable press conferences making cracks about essentially how we didn't really mean it? And, or if we did, that was changing. I think Stephen Miller and Roger Stone and Donald Trump have some explaining to do. And that the Supreme Court shows itself a Ku Klux Klan tool, a Confederacy sleeper cell, in terms of a cell on that Supreme Court that has decimated basic bedrock American rights. It changes the math, and it changes the knowledge and the spirit. It is authoritarian Christo-fascism. And enough with people who burn crosses having arguments about how they're not racist. Whatever you call these Nazis, these white supremacist patriarchal terrorists are working to enslave women, and if the court didn't change it all for 100 years, we would still be working to pull that back. But the court would get worse if Trump appoints someone new. Worse to the point where we're going to see Stephen Miller doing murder for fun on television. We're going to see such escalation. Please consider the escalation that Trump brings to every single moment. Once he has one over a barrel, we were all one over a barrel together, one individual, millions of times, all of us as one, over a barrel with somebody saying, "What? I don't have to have press conferences, I won." We're in danger, and the Supreme Court just sided with the predator who wants to decimate the actual fiber of anything that is secularly sacred about this place. Installing a Christo-fascist Reich is not only entirely anti-Christian and will decimate, do terrible things to the message of Christ, as far as it communicating the just message of a homeless man who said, treat the meekest and gentlest and most seemingly wretched and weak amongst you as the most exalted. You are all my children and you are all love, and don't see someone across a border as different of. We wouldn't receive a second coming. Ron DeSantis would murder that child walking across the border. Greg Abbott would pull the mangled corpse of the second coming of Christ from razor wire and laugh. The second coming of Christ would be targeted by Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And maybe by RFK, who keeps on popping up. Oh, that's what that is. Okay, well, let's not go there. Let's go. No. Well, interesting. Very, very interesting. Apparently, there's some word on a small amount of revelation with the best of Epsteins and the worst of Epsteins. And here we are at the font of mystery. Let's see what's hysterical and what's just history. Did it? Is it? Is it? Did it? Come on, really? Tell me, please. Is that? No, it's not. It really is quite a relaxed day from what I was thinking. I feel somewhat in hibernation. I think that it's important to recognize that we are experiencing a large wave of white supremacist patriarchal terrorism, and that a statement like that of Kevin Roberts is an act of war. It's an act of terrorism, and in country against your own country people, it's an act of war to threaten revolution and say it won't be bloody as long as you don't make a dumb mistake and say no. And I mean, that's called a death threat. That's not just stochastic terror. That's saying we're coming to do this. I allege that's a crime. That statement and that intention, there is mens rea for treason and for murder and hate crimes. And we do have to take account of the fact that it looks very clearly like influence on the Supreme Court is just a complete shit show. That essentially people who saw that there was deference that could be farmed and milked have done so. Donald Trump is just the most egregiously obvious in cannibalizing the deference of an office as shield for himself, such that then, well, gosh, I should be immune from, now that you're actually questioning me a little bit, actually that I've sincerely committed an apparent coup and crime, smearing shit and blood in the national capital, attacking the country. I guess now maybe I should, maybe this field of deference that I keep pollinating as if I'm this kind of god celebrity of, maybe I need to actually keep saying I'm the chosen one and tell them when they take their private parts out of my hands that I should be able to keep them because I have absolute authority. We have been groomed by all of these shocking boundary violations, so shocking that we don't know what to do. But let yourself be empowered by the knowledge that they can be perceived as the boundary violations that they are when they're happening. As humiliating as it is to realize that someone that you worship or care about or idolize or need to be able to love without not need and have that be the story of your life, and it's not. The decimating betrayal that people will feel when they understand what Trump has done to them, to supporters of Trump. That's really one of the issues that's like so shatteringly tragic that we haven't even approached thinking about, I don't think. Because we're in the throes of constant trauma or trying to escape and heal from the trauma that he and his band of thugs inflict. We are in an abusive relationship, and we are in constant effort to recover from it so that we can escape and survive it. And hopefully to be able to manifest that, to say no and recognize we have submitted. It is that dire. We submitted when we said, okay, when he said he would keep us in suspense, and we let the debate continue. And nobody said, why didn't the Secret Service stop the debate? And Hillary Clinton didn't say, is there a trapdoor under his feet? Is that the final question, or is that the final answer? Ask him, is that your final answer? And Chris Matthews didn't think to say, Mr. President, you realize that that's a deal breaker. That's a term of service. We're not negotiating with you. If Chris Matthews had just thought to say, that's a term of service, we're not negotiating with you. This isn't a negotiation. And just held a boundary. I mean, that was the time to do it. And we learn things. But in a democracy with live televised debates, you need to have someone who's, who's Colorado House television debate ready. We need to have truly cogent moderators who came to hold people accountable deftly and with alacrity 6:50 Central Standard Time. Ah, yes. Let's I don't need to take well, I am going to catch up with some of what is coming out here and do that in a bit. Ah. C'est la vie. All right. Is this Independence Day? Has this been Independence Day? Is this Independence Day? I don't really see how. I don't see how this is Independence Day. If we are indeed being put between a rock and a hard place and meant to run for our lives, to hopefully be out of debt, and to hopefully someday have 5 minutes where we can breathe and pursue happiness until we have to go back to trying to save our lives from the American experiment. It's really not the pursuit of happiness. But I guess you can take all of the Bill of Rights if you just chip away at other things enough. What would be phenomenal, I suppose, it would, would Trump really never come for people's guns or effectively? Is there anyone that Trump would not want to conquer? And is conquest not about doing the most swaggering and punky and fucked up betrayal you can to someone, as far as Trump has shown us? That he wants to be able to casually say something that is so grotesque that it's like his face is melting off. And he just doesn't flinch. Because he likes it. We don't want to find out how bad he will be. We don't want to find out. We won't make it to the other side. We don't want to find out. We don't want to find out. We already fucked around with installing this dark triad predator once. And if we didn't find out from someone attacking the Capitol and apologizing for doing so and saying it was a terrible thing, and not too long before he's saying it wasn't bad and I've never done anything wrong, and singing an anthem that he records with those traitors. The falsehood hoodwinks, like a marauder, a raider on the road, pulling a hood over your head, maybe while you're asleep, so you don't realize, wait, am I where I think I am? Waking up and saying, it's not my eyelids pulling the sun out of my eyes, I've been hoodwinked. I'm under a falsehood. I'm under the false impression that I know the backs of my own eyes until this moment, but I'm still seeing the backs of someone else's lid. We're still seeing the back of someone else's lid, I think, kid. And it's time we did. What is this place? Oh. That's right. This is the Mystery Font, and I'm Tim, and I'm the host of the font. Good gray. Good gray. At this point, before I pause for a bit, I think I may be back before midnight. We'll see what happens. In any case, before we go, or pause for a while, what do we have on tap?
We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion We are the reality distortion fielding. The falsehood will demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim oppresses our enemy. To cry fake news yet preempt all remedy, betrays false identity. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. The fielding is real and real is real. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. Falsehood will tell you intuition is false. Falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual. Actually, we are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion reality distortion fielding. Falsehood will groom you not to question, just believe. The falsehood can rob you of a choice you would perceive. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. Falsehood will tell you it's the one and only. Falsehood will tell you it's the one and only. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. Falsehood will sow doubt into those things. We are the reality distortion fielding.
We're the reality distortion fieldings. We are each a fielding of a version of reality and of our own distortions. And we may intentionally or not foist it on one another. Indeed, we do. And awareness and greater piloting better. More piloting more good and without great. How about that? Recommended update. That is, it wasn't the worst in the whole world. It was okay. That is the falsehood theme, or reality distortion fielding. And it's part of the falsehood. A piece about apprehending wrong and malice and mistake and misunderstanding and attack that is less than plain. Perceiving inability, perceiving a gap in capability when we're having trouble, recognizing a dangerous shape, or just a shape that isn't serving us. How? We've all of us have overcome things. All of us have broken addictions and had triumphs, every single one of us. If you can hear this, you've made it past things. If you're listening, if you're somehow perceiving this, you have broken through barriers. in positive ways. But where are we going now, and what's being broken? And if we're mad and breaking is going to happen, isn't it good to have someone in charge who has executive function rather than someone who encourages it not to be there? Or that if lapses happen, like with executive function, that the bedrock of someone is good bedrock. I would rather have someone struggling cognitively, which both Trump and Biden have some issues with, than have to rely on a candidate who has proven in office. Both of them have been in office. Trump has proven that when he says, "I'll keep you in suspense," he means it to the point of insurrection. And coming back, and with reinforcements that have declared concentration camps are coming, the reinforcements are an army. And they're trying to be at the ready for that. The Supreme Court is moving in lockstep. It seems that they are part of it. And how could it not be? How do we apprehend this? One interesting point to consider is that something like, oh, here, let's just do a little round of radio science brain. I'm going to grab a few chocolate chips and some water, and I'll be back to share something flawed that yet talks. And
So, to my favorite people in the world, the seniors. I'm a senior. I know you don't know that. Nobody knows that. Maybe you don't have to tell them, but I'm a senior. We are making tremendous progress with this horrible disease that was sent over by China. China will pay a big price for what they did to the world and to us. But we have medicines right now, and I call them a cure. I went into the hospital a week ago. I was very sick. And I took this medicine, and it was incredible. It was incredible. I could have walked out the following day, sooner. It was incredible the impact it had. And we're going to make that and others that are similar to it, almost identical, we're going to make them available immediately. We have an emergency use authorization that I want to get signed immediately. The FDA has moved at a level that they've never moved before. Things that would take 2, 3, 4 years are taking a matter of weeks or even sooner than that. And that's because of me. We're taking care of our seniors. You're not vulnerable, but they like to say the vulnerable, but you're the least vulnerable. But for this one thing, you are vulnerable, and so am I. But I want you to get the same care that I got. I got incredible care at Walter Reed, incredible doctors, and this medicine in particular, one medicine was unbelievable. You're going to get the same medicine, you're going to get it free, no charge. And we're going to get it to you soon. And the nice part is it's made by a number of companies. It's totally safe, but it's powerful against this disease. So we're going to get it out to you. We're going to take care of our seniors, all free. And I just want to thank you. And what we've gone through as a country is a horrible thing. My opponent, as you know, he talks, but he never did anything in 47 years. I did more in 47 months than he did in 47 years. He just talks. It's the same old thing. If it were up to him, you wouldn't have this, you wouldn't have anywhere near it for years. They wouldn't even be talking about anything like this. He had his chance with H1N1 swine flu, and it was one of the great disasters. He didn't know what he was doing. but I do know what I'm doing. And the seniors are going to be taken care of, and then everybody's going to be taken care of. And it's coming out really fast. So thank you very much. We love you. We love America.
It is the mystery font, after all, upon it.
You are the revelation. You are more than a brain. You're the innate critical problem solving imagination. Intuit the management of your dope kit. You are a genius lit imagination it. Imagination it containeth.
All right. I think calibration is now complete. Well, some calibration happened. And radio. Let me make sure that I have confirmation. I am cleared. Am I not? Am I cleared? Are we? Yeah. Right? Okay, we're good. We have multiple confirmations. And I'm going to let that be enough to say we have it. We have just and sufficient confirmation. And excuse me. The sneezes of Jesus. I was trying to say cheese and sneezed, and it sounded like Jesus, the plural of G's.
This. Radio, science, brain, innate relay, mind made. Maybe aid might be game and played. Not be prey today, pretend that love is sane. Pretend that love is sane, radio, science, brain. Remain. By the way, just a message from the mystery font of findings in recent years. Love your neighbor as you love yourself, of course, is what woke means. Just like Mr. Rogers was teaching us DEI and was teaching us wokeness, so too it's simple to see that Stephen Miller and Nazi cads like him using DEI and CRT and woke as scapegoat, dog whistly words. This is a good way to know who the dangerous people are, is that they are the ones scapegoating and taking the opportunity to say anti-woke when they can't say anti-black. These virulent, white supremacist, patriarchal terrorists must be stopped because they won't go away and take no thank you. That is the menace and malice and crime of statements like that of Kevin Roberts. The criminal muck, the scum, muck, and filth of the sickness of a mind that would think that you can talk to Americans like that is just, it's abominable that he was allowed to leave that studio, frankly, without talking to the police. He should be in jail. That's where we're at. Is, you know, it should be easy to see why Kevin Roberts should be in jail tonight. In the same way that Donald Trump should have been in custody on the night that he declared he would be keeping people in suspense. Nope, it's not a joke, kid. This isn't a talk show. You're in a presidential debate and you just declared martial law in the future. You just declared that you're going to have your vice president hanging from a flagpole. Not enough of us could see it coming then, even when it was declared or said. But we will never be able to reverse the damage that is done if he comes in here again. We don't have to invite the vampire back in again. And we can utilize that we would have to invite him back in to allow him that power. The Supreme Court and the Ku Klux Klan sleepers on that court have bent the wheel of reality out of whack. But however we adjust and make sure that democracy is safe, that is the counterattack. We are here to be stewards of democracy and the habitat and human kindness. And it's pretty easy to see these Nazis doing this shit because it's all the opposite of that. And so thus let it be that I'm going to offer that woke is good for you. It's political conscience, not political correctness. And anyone who is so terrified of reproach doesn't believe in free speech or isn't good at practicing it. And if you can't handle reproach, then that's a problem with your ability to breathe the air of democracy and accustom your lungs. and get good at utilizing it, because if it's not being utilized, it will be easier to put shapes in the way that prevent it when they say no more. Reproach is good. It's difficult, but it's good. Anyway, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Radio, science, brain, imagination aim, imagination aid. I'm going to bring in a shot from another moment here at the Mystery Font, I think. That seems appropriate or usable. And this is, I think we'll pull in something from a camera obscura of late. Oh yes, here we are. We'll get there. Which do we want to use here? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I think this is workable for Independence Day today. Radio, science, brain, relay, innate, a made, a make. Awake, relay, awake, remake. We can ease any ache, any thirst we can build, we slake. Radio, science, brain, radio, science, brain. Relate. And aim.
You You can ease any ache, any thirst you build, you will slake. Imagination aim, imagination aim, imaginate, imagine it. Imagination kit, the kindness it is lit in you. Your genius coming through, particle it is boosting. How you're perceiving what you're becoming's becoming and making true. Imagination. Oh, renew. Imagination may hear refrain. Sing radio science brain, radio science brain, radio science brain. From a field love exclaims your name in the language your brain contained before anyone said the name. You knew it when you heard it, your voice apparently linked to it. Pretend the kindness was arranged like it felt it was always. Pretend the mindness made love contain life links in your everyday. Radio science brain, imagination. This is a visual of a camera obscura from nearby the Font of Mystery. And as you can see there, by happenstance, there is at least one, but certainly one flag flying, an American flag. And it's flying right side up, but as the entire scene is in reverse and upside down, being a normal camera obscura, it's like the inside of an eyeball, where everything before our brain flips it and decodes it so we know which way is where. Things look upside down and reversed. So it gives us a distress signal in the image of the flag being upside down. And it should. We are indeed in constitutional distress. But the crisis is impelled, if not caused, by collusion amongst members of what have come to call themselves MAGA, but are essentially the political wing of the Ku Klux Klan. And it's time to shut this Nazi bullshit down. It's a cry for help. And while some may be well past and some may be nowhere near, there is a strong contingent of true believers or deeply hoodwinked and dangerous people. And this is a chance now to treat those behaviors as a cry for help and to disqualify people who are associated with Project 2025 from having anything to do with government or power, ever.
it's an excellent way to try to find the worst predators. I suppose we've located and tested and confirmed the worst possible match we've ever found for someone to be in power in America. And the Supreme Court can't, with the sleeper cell that is awoken, they can't get enough of someone who will do evil in the name of a perverted, bizarro Nazi Christ. It's gross. It's gross. It's really gross. But that's an understatement. And now, that particular version of Radio Science Brain it makes me think that this right here is what's next.
To all brains awake, imagination aim might just make the main line of imagination aim to imagination may be game to play today. Radio science brain, this is the science I'd arrange. If I'd made it up before, it would not be the same. Radio science brain, relay love's campaign, actuate. This is the mind that's made me contain actual chaos that plays with us, make it colossal of main. The main line of imagination
is the management of active hints. I'm active as well in it. This is the mindless made lemonade, liminal energy played and found paid. Hurt it did not hurt. What I levitate, masquerade of eight, imagination aid, a management of love can't wait, imagination aid, love came to play, love came today, love may be game, mind capable aim, mind capable aim, like it was once proclaimed. Equality in this land shall reign. Equality in this land shall reign. Because the good shall not be silent, as was just now exclaimed, like a thread across time and space, like we had no spines again. Running the radio wave, I'm in the labor grade, imagination made promenade. While the renovation like cloud, like sun, like ceiling and floor and homespun imagination. You are the brain awake. You are the brain awake. Radio science break. Radio silence break. Radio silence break. Radio silence break. Radio science brain imagination aid contain. Well, well, well. Over time, things can well. Particle matter wave germane. Radio science brain, radio science brain. The mind amazing, this agency in me is free independence. Imagine this resonance, imagination elated, remade it, elation, vacation this day. Radio science, brain, imagination aim. Mind main, line of imagination aid.
Kindness comes if it's made today. Kindness comes if it's made. Imagination may begin to play. Remain in nature. Your creature would make by aim. Be the nature your creature would aim to ape. Imagination aim, the goat escape, the goat escape, the goat escape. Imagination aim, the goat escape. Imagination aim. Radio silence break, 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 radio science brain. Imagine love is sane. Pretend that love is sane. Pretend that love is saying your name. This is the kindness came with it. Imagination aid. Imagination aid. Mind gave this contagion. Main line of imagination, craving, imagine it, waving, not waving in vain. Mind made this amazing agent ache with us. The umbrella man started chaos. We know the pain was not to cave us in, but it caved us in, and we're here in this pain and poison. Imagination aim, sane. Radio science brain germane. Imagination aim. The renovation of love's imagination. Kindness came today, and accountability also made a display. It was the best Epsteins, it was the worst Epsteins. The falsehood caved in time. We align our minds with reality's design. Imagination eyes collide. Though it's not much, these eyes hit our eyes. Imagination can aid an analysis of this chaos Trump made. Imagination aid. From a field love exclaims your name in the language with which you came. From a field love exclaims radio science brain. imagination.
Oh, good gracious. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Is this recording and streaming? Am I doing this myself? Good. I meant to do that. Good, good. Good gray. Good gray. Good, good gray. Here at the font of mystery, we remember. We remember. And we revisit. And we trust, but verify. Hokum, the permuting fog of hokum. It is the material form of the falsehood. Hokum in material form can hide someone entirely. You see, the falsehood knows how to cloud human minds so we cannot see them. What evil lurks in the hearts of mendacity? M knows the falsehood's identity. Who is the falsehood? We may never know, because not even M can level with M. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. M knows. The shadow beneath the falsehood nose grows. The shadow below the nose, is that mustachios? Just a little square mustachio? Must be just a shadow. Must be just a shadow. Those aren't hairs, those. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The shadow knows if those wisps are square mustachios. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows. Prehension. To prehend is to see coming, to recognize, and it makes apprehension possible. It is time for the kind prehension. That's what's next. The Great Depression will have its opposite. and the opposite to America's Great Depression that comes in and through incredible hard work and care saves the day is the kind prehension. You remember the kind prehension. We all remember the kind prehension. We all remember the kind prehension. And yet, until I had mentioned it, no one expects the kind prehension. At least not now. Not these days. We've been defiled and degraded and abused. You've been in an abusive relationship for 8 years. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have had to go through this. The kind prehension is going to take work. But it's like the work of changing your underwear. You'll be glad you did. You'll be glad. It will feel good, kid. You'll be glad you did. You'll be glad you did. Prehend the opportunity when you did. The kind prehension. The kind prehension. How do we see what is coming and hear, recognize, read ridiculous behaviors such as those of Trump, of Kevin Roberts, of Mike Johnson, of Marjorie Taylor Greene? At some point we have to shake ourselves into reality that we can't both be in reality and allow this cancer, this aberration, without just directly confronting it. That we have infiltrators trying to sow falsehood to weaponize further the already swamp-kinged hokum field, where we're looking at going deeper and deeper and deeper into just abandoning kindness, abandoning fact. There's no reason to submit ourselves to the abuse. There's just no good reason to submit ourselves to the abuse. It's midnight here in Minneapolis, and there are fireworks in the neighborhood still going off here over north, and it is fairly monotonous, I guess. It's not really stops and starts, which is kind of interesting. It's almost like a loping metronome. not entirely constant, but consistently frequent until now, essentially. But it's been pretty noisy. And it really is amazing, this ongoing thing with celebrating using weaponry and noises that, you know, that ring of violence. And the connection of that to lauding and vaunting militarism and beautiful weapons and such. Here at our sunset, is that our sun-washed gates? What is that? Here at our sea-washed sunset gates, shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning. And her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows a worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore, send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door.
I think one thing that people could be happy they'd done would be to let Stephen Miller know how you feel about him essentially doing some amount of vandalism to the new Colossus with his declaration that it was false. I don't really know that people make it. I don't really know that people. I don't know how many people really know the poem, but it's pretty important, and it's quite rich. It's quite sturdy. And we needed it to be. We're entering a new world, or we're fighting to remain in a better version of the one that we had. But I think it's time to be awake until we've defeated it.
It's time to be awake that what we are trying to cuff is an illegal Nazi conspiracy. Indiana Jones fought this scourge. Why was it important to make heroes who fought the Nazis? Why did we keep working this narrative into the stories that matter to us? Because this is the same particle. Let's apprehend, let's prehend and apprehend that it's happening and apprehend the offenders.
Leaders on the right are back as he gives an ominous warning to the left. Listen.
In spite of all this nonsense from the left, we are going to win. We're in the process of taking this country back. We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
CNN's Kristen Holmes is here. So, Kristen, help us understand what that Second American Revolution that he's promising entails.
So before we get started, because I'm going to use this magic wall, I just want to note that I've actually never been allowed to touch this before, so please bear with me as we get through this. Okay, so first let's talk about who that person was. Kevin Roberts. He is the head of the Heritage Foundation. The reason why we care about this is a conservative think tank, a very prominent one, but also they are the umbrella organization of what is called Project 2025. And essentially what Project 2025 is that this was set up by not just the Heritage Foundation, but dozens of conservative.
So, what exactly the fuck? Let's take a look at this where I can get the sound in. Wow, what an abominable human being. Holy shit. God, this is bad.
Supreme Court is ordered.
Allows it to be.
CNN's
Actually never been allowed to touch this before, so please bear with me as we get through this. Okay, so first let's talk about who that person was. Kevin Roberts. He is the head of the Heritage Foundation. The reason why we care about this is a conservative think tank, a very prominent one, but also they are the umbrella organization of what is called Project 2025. And essentially,
In spite of all this nonsense from the left, we are going to win. We're in the process of taking this country back. We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
CNN's Kristen Holmes is here. So, Kristen, help us understand what that Second American Revolution that he's promising entails.
so before we get started, because I'm going to use this magic wall, I just want to note that I've actually never been allowed to touch this before, so please bear with me as we get through this. Okay, so first let's talk about who that person was. Kevin Roberts. He is the head of the Heritage Foundation. The reason why we care about this is a conservative think tank, a very prominent one, but also they are the umbrella organization of. Let's talk about who that person was.
CNN's Kristen Holmes is here. So, Kristen, help us understand as he gives an ominous warning to the left. Listen.
In spite of all this nonsense from the left, we are going to win. We're in the process of taking this country back. We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
CNN's Kristen Holmes is here. So, Kristen, help us understand what that Second American Revolution that he's promising entails.
So before we get started, because I'm going to use this magic wall, I just want to note that I've actually never been allowed to touch this before, so please bear with me as we get through this. Okay, so first let's talk about who that person was. Kevin Roberts. He is the head of the Heritage Foundation. The reason why we care about this is a conservative think tank, a very prominent one, but also they are the umbrella organization of what is called Project 2025. And essentially what Project 2025 is that this was set up by not just the Heritage Foundation, but dozens of conservative think tanks from across the country, many of whom have former administration officials of Donald Trump's. And they did this to essentially avoid what happened in 2016 when Donald very controversial. So they basically have these four pillars: policy, agenda, personnel. They're building out a huge network of, basically, it was actually described to me as a dating website for conservatives, the kind of infrastructure to match conservatives with jobs in a potential administration, training them to work on day one, what that would look like, and a playbook for what the first 180 days would look like of a conservative administration.
So walk us through this policy agenda.
So basically they have these four parts within the policy agenda of what they say will make America better. And here are some of the ways that they say they do that: restoring the family at the centerpiece of American life, protecting our children, self-governance, dismantling the administrative state and returning self-governance to the American people. One of the things we've talked about extensively is one of the plans for, Donald Trump has said this himself as well, but also Project 2025, is to essentially give more power to the executive branch and take some of these government agencies, and that would include agencies like the
Exactly what the fuck is the idea behind using their talking points as the characterization of what this is, and then doing a soft explanation about, well, it seems a little controversial. This is pretty ridiculous. I need this to get better. This needs to get better.
Department of Justice and move them under the executive branch. So right now in the Constitution, there's nothing that says that the Department of Justice is separate from the administrative branch. We've just operated like that under essentially decorum for the past several decades. They're saying that shouldn't exist anymore. You also have this idea of defending the nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. Obviously, a lot of references here to immigration, but also the idea of an America First policy, kind of ignoring our global allies and focusing on America first. And then liberty, securing our God-given individual rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty.
Yeah, very sort of
this is the
typical flowery platitude language, but underneath it, it comes with the promise of a reworking of the federal government to specific aims that we haven't seen before.
Well, that would be a huge change in the executive power and give unprecedented amount of power to someone like Donald Trump if he were to win. But the other part of this is like when you talk about protecting children and family, this is kind of what they're getting at. Rescind regulations prohibiting.
Okay, now we are getting to something closer to what the actual agenda and how it harms people is.
Discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, transgender status, and sex characteristics. Something that we have heard is very much part of the Republican platform. They say all the time, Donald Trump, you hear him say it, that he thinks that women shouldn't be.
They talk about concentration camps, the largest deportation ever. And the author of that is Stephen Miller, the architect of kids in cages, separator of families, and putter of 2-year-old butts in court for their own lives. These are the Nazis. And the level of infiltration that softens and has the Heritage Foundation's own characterization of itself as the point-by-point bullet points is abominable. You only have so much time, and it's as if you are a spokesperson for them and then admit that there are some critiques. This is a Hallmark card version of journalism. And it's fucking nonsense. Where are the people who took on Lauren Boebert at that debate in Colorado? Holy shit. Where are the journalists who are also not bound to not ask questions that need to be answered? This is fucking ridiculous.
Our men shouldn't be in women's sports. They talk about sexual education within schooling. They want that out of any kind of education system. So these are kind of some of what they have outlined here. I believe this is the one.
Soft.
Policies. Well, this one would obviously likely apply to Donald Trump here. Prepare a plan to end immediately any policies, investigations, or cases that are contrary to law or administration policies. How exactly would that look? Particularly given what Paula was just reporting about trying to get cases even passed when he was elected. A lot of this stuff. It seems traditional, but it has been very controversial. It seems traditional for Republicans, but it's very controversial and goes pretty far.
And it goes back to that idea of an executive with unprecedented power. Kristen Holmes, you did fantastic for your first time on
I really felt like I was.
How did it feel? It felt good?
Yeah, I felt good. I felt like I was getting the clicks in. So really, thank you. Thanks for this opportunity.
Of course. We'll do it again.
Yes.
Appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Just entertainment packages. It's just fucked. The press is not the enemy of the people, but we have allowed a really abominable degradation of our expectations of what the press can do. I think we need to bring a fairness doctrine back, maybe a better one. We've learned things since we lost it. We would need to improve it anyway. We would have improved it if it had been intact. I heard someone who I think is a good person the other day say that they just think that maybe we're at a decline. Decline happens sometimes in civilizations in the world, and this nation is just sadly going down now. And I thought that really seemed like very kind of like wiping your hands of something and trying to find the best place to watch the wreckage from or something. And as they're a fan of Hubert Humphrey, like myself, I thought to ask them what they thought he would say. And I noticed that they didn't really directly answer that. It was kind of a version of that, well, we're just going downhill. As opposed to asking the Mr. Rogers question of, where are the helpers? Or what can I do? Who needs help? Who can help? Because whatever this is becoming, if we're going to buttress and repair, or if this place is once again looted and poisoned wool blanketed by white supremacist patriarchal terrorists, this time these KKK folks say KKK MAGA as opposed to just KKK. Okay. We read you loud and we will put you clear into psychological care. We need to marshal the force. Today has been, and until I get some sleep, it's been the force of July. Not the forcing and not the being forced, but the tuning into the force. Tuning into the force. Because when we stretch out with our feelings, we will feel how we are connected to everything and everyone, and that there is an energy and a knowledge and a field it is beyond and throughout space and time, and it binds us and holds us all together. Use the force. Tune in to feel. Can you hear the leaves blowing? Can you hear the color of the sky? Can you hear? Was that a car backfiring? You can trust your intuition. And you can do all that's necessary to defend your own mind and foster the defense of the minds of the people you care about. From people like Donald Trump, Roger Stone, and Stephen Miller, all of whom remain at large. That story, Donald Trump, Roger Stone, and Stephen Miller remain at large. That's right. Donald Trump, Roger Stone, and Stephen Miller currently remain at large. We are the reality distortion fielding. It will be all right because we are learning to pay attention to apply prehension such that we may apply apprehension. We are going to apprehend the falsehood. And we are going to hear the cry for help of thousands of people who think they're joining Trump and instead will join deprogramming.